that will last for generations to come. We brought the best and the finest minds to unlock the power of our land and made it a mission to fuel progress for over a quarter century. From deep down in the earth, we fuel our aspiration to be at the top, to be the best at what we do, to succeed in any environment, to stay united as one and remain committed to our duty. Every new day we step in to enable progress for future generations and for the entire country. We face challenges on our way to building a legacy, but we give of our best. We exceed expectations without forgetting where our journey started. We made it a tradition to be the finest at everything we do. We are TCO.
The World's Petroleum Council's governing body meets once a year. The council meeting is a chance for the representatives of national committees from around the world to come together and discuss the organisation's activities and policies. The 2018 event took place in Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan, from where Ivor Bennett sent this report.
Kazakhstan and its capital Astana was the venue for the 2018 meeting of the World Petroleum Council's governing body, a global network of stakeholders coming together to discuss a global issue, the sustainable use of energy for all.
The main objective is to create a sustainable development of the industry, contributing to the development of the society. So it's contributing to sustainable development for all in a way.
Oil and gas show in Cairo.
The WPC, as it's known, was set up in 1933 and is now made up of nearly 70 countries, ranging from China and Colombia to Venezuela and Vietnam. Between them, the members represent over 96% of the world's production and consumption of oil and gas.
It's special because we are neutral and non-political, which means we can get quite a few countries together around the table talking about issues that perhaps normally they wouldn't.
Whether it's learning from each other, exchanging new ideas, or seeking new investment, the conversation moves quickly here. Each country represented by a national committee, made up of voices from industry, academia and government.
It is a great opportunity for everybody in the industry to get together and share experiences and collaborate.
It's a nice way to find the solutions for the energy challenges in our markets.
In a rapidly changing world, the challenges are constantly evolving. How to meet rising demand while reducing the impact on the environment, all in an increasingly competitive market.
We have to understand that citizens are demanding good energy for them and we have to deliver.
Of course, the oil and gas industry is considered part of this problem, but we will be part of the solution more than any other player.
The solutions come from within the WPC family, which extends far beyond those gathered in Astana. Every 3 years, more than 10,000 participants gather for the WPC Congress, known as the Olympics of the petroleum industry. From technological advances in upstream and downstream to its social, economic and environmental impact, all aspects of the industry are discussed, with Houston hosting the next Congress in 2020.
We haven't hosted it for over 30 years. All the technical innovation that's now taking place in the U.S., we want to share that information as well as welcome the world to come join us to celebrate the rebound in energy.
Perhaps the biggest challenge the industry faces, though, is how to engage the next generation, as they will be its future. That's why WPC has set up its Young Professionals Committee, a platform to hear the voices of tomorrow as well as the fresh ideas they bring.
There's a lot of technological advances that come up, so it's really great to engage young professionals in this industry because they have a lot of great ideas to bring.
This is a way to learn from peers, but also to talk about new topics, new challenges such as climate change, renewables, digitalization of the industry.
We are like a bridge, like a channel between the international arena, bringing all we know, all we gain from the professionals to the local content development.
A diversity of perspectives is only achieved through a diversity of voices, which WPC creates through a membership that transcends age, gender and nationality.
We wanted to make sure that this industry is inclusive of everyone. It doesn't just benefit one group of people, so we wanted to make sure that everyone who plays a part in it feels like they are included and part of the progress, part of the discussions about the challenges and part of the rewards as well.
As a registered charity, WPC invests the proceeds from its events back into the country where they were held. The educational projects it's funded have benefited thousands of students around the world, a lasting legacy that embodies WPC's ultimate goal of a sustainable energy future.
skills and traditions into everything we do builds a legacy that will last for generations to come. We brought the best and the finest minds to unlock the power of our land and made it a mission to fuel progress for over a quarter century. From deep down in the earth, we fuel our aspiration to be at the top, to be the best at what we do, to succeed in any environment, to stay united as one and remain committed to our duty. Every new day we step in to enable progress for future generations and for the entire country. We face challenges on our way to building a legacy, but we give of our best. We exceed expectations without forgetting where our journey started. We made it a tradition to be the finest at everything we do. We are TCO.
The World's Petroleum Council's governing body meets once a year. The council meeting is a chance for the representatives of national committees from around the world to come together and discuss the organisation's activities and policies. The 2018 event took place in Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan, from where Ivor Bennett sent this report.
Kazakhstan and its capital Astana was the venue for the 2018 meeting of the World Petroleum Council's governing body, a global network of stakeholders coming together to discuss a global issue, the sustainable use of energy for all.
The main objective is to create a sustainable development of the industry, contributing to the development of the society. So it's contributing to sustainable development for all in a way.
Oil and gas show in Cairo.
The WPC, as it's known, was set up in 1933 and is now made up of nearly 70 countries, ranging from China and Colombia to Venezuela and Vietnam. Between them, the members represent over 96% of the world's production and consumption of oil and gas.
It's special because we are neutral and non-political, which means we can get quite a few countries together around the table talking about issues that perhaps normally they wouldn't.
Whether it's learning from each other, exchanging new ideas, or seeking new investment, the conversation moves quickly here. Each country represented by a national committee, made up of voices from industry, academia, and government.
It is a great opportunity for everybody in the industry to get together and share experiences and collaborate.
It's a nice way to find the solutions for the energy challenges in our markets.
In a rapidly changing world, the challenges are constantly evolving. How to meet rising demand while reducing the impact on the environment, all in an increasingly competitive market.
We have to understand that citizens are demanding good energy for them, and we have to deliver.
Of course, the oil and gas industry is considered part of this problem, but we will be part of the solution more than any other player.
The solutions come from within the WPC family, which extends far beyond those gathered in Astana. Every 3 years, more than 10,000 participants gather for the WPC Congress, known as the Olympics of the petroleum industry. From technological advances in upstream and downstream to its social, economic and environmental impact, all aspects of the industry are discussed, with Houston hosting the next Congress in 2020.
We haven't hosted it for over 30 years. All the technical innovation that's now taking place in the U.S., we want to share that information as well as welcome the world to come join us to celebrate the rebound in energy.
Perhaps the biggest challenge the industry faces, though, is how to engage the next generation, as they will be its future. That's why WPC has set up its Young Professionals Committee, a platform to hear the voices of tomorrow as well as the fresh ideas they bring.
There's a lot of technical, logical advances that come up, so it's really great to engage young professionals in this industry because they have a lot of great ideas to bring.
This is a way to learn from peers, but also to talk about new topics, new challenges such as climate change, renewables, digitalization of the industry.
We are like a bridge, like a channel between the international arena, bringing all we know, all we gain from the professionals to the local content development.
A diversity of perspectives is only achieved through a diversity of voices, which WPC creates through a membership that transcends age, gender and nationality.
We wanted to make sure that this industry is inclusive of everyone. It doesn't just benefit one group of people, so we wanted to make sure that everyone who plays a part in it feels like they are included and part of the progress, part of the discussions about the challenges and part of the rewards as well.
As a registered charity, WPC invests the proceeds from its events back into the country where they were held. The educational projects it's funded have benefited thousands of students around the world, a lasting legacy that embodies WPC's ultimate goal of a sustainable energy future.
Второй канал, английский язык. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Bringing knowledge, skills, and traditions into everything we do builds a legacy that will last for generations to come. We brought the best and the finest minds to unlock the power of our land and made it a mission to fuel progress for over a quarter century. From deep down in the earth, we fuel our aspiration to be at the top, to be the best at what we do, to succeed in any environment, to stay united as one and remain committed to our duty. Every new day we step in to enable progress for future generations and for the entire country. We face challenges on our way to building a legacy, but we give of our best. We exceed expectations without forgetting where our journey started. We made it a tradition to be the finest at everything we do. We are TCO.
The World's Petroleum Council's governing body meets once a year. The council meeting is a chance for the representatives of national committees from around the world to come together and discuss the organisation's activities and policies. The 2018 event took place in Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan, from where Ivor Bennett sent this report.
Kazakhstan and its capital Astana was the venue for the 2018 meeting of the World Petroleum Council's governing body, a global network of stakeholders coming together to discuss a global issue, the sustainable use of energy for all.
The main objective is to create a sustainable development of the industry, contributing to the development of the society. So it's contributing to sustainable development for all in a way.
Oil and gas show in Cairo.
The WPC, as it's known, was set up in 1933 and is now made up of nearly 70 countries, ranging from China and Colombia to Venezuela and Vietnam. Between them, the members represent over 96% of the world's production and consumption of oil and gas.
It's special because we are neutral and non-political, which means we can get quite a few countries together around the table talking about issues that perhaps normally they wouldn't.
Whether it's learning from each other, exchanging new ideas, or seeking new investment, the conversation moves quickly here. Each country represented by a national committee, made up of voices from industry, academia, and government.
It is a great opportunity for everybody in the industry to get together and share experiences and collaborate.
It's a nice way to find the solutions for the energy challenges in our markets.
In a rapidly changing world, the challenges are constantly evolving. How to meet rising demand while reducing the impact on the environment, all in an increasingly competitive market.
We have to understand that citizens are demanding good energy for them, and we have to deliver.
Of course, the oil and gas industry is considered part of this problem, but we will be part of the solution more than any other player.
The solutions come from within the WPC family, which extends far beyond those gathered in Astana. Every 3 years, more than 10,000 participants gather for the WPC Congress, known as the Olympics of the petroleum industry. From technological advances in upstream and downstream to its social, economic and environmental impact, all aspects of the industry are discussed, with Houston hosting the next Congress in 2020.
We haven't hosted it for over 30 years. All the technical innovation that's now taking place in the U.S., we want to share that information as well as welcome the world to come join us to celebrate the rebound in energy.
Perhaps the biggest challenge the industry faces, though, is how to engage the next generation, as they will be its future. That's why WPC has set up its Young Professionals Committee, a platform to hear the voices of tomorrow as well as the fresh ideas they bring.
There's a lot of technological advances that come up, so it's really great to engage young professionals in this industry because they have a lot of great ideas to bring.
This is a way to learn from peers, but also to talk about new topics, new challenges such as climate change, renewables, digitalization of the industry.
We are like a bridge, like a channel between the international arena, bringing all we know, all we gain from the professionals to the local content development.
A diversity of perspectives is only achieved through a diversity of voices, which WPC creates through a membership that transcends age, gender and nationality.
We wanted to make sure that this industry is inclusive of everyone. It doesn't just benefit one group of people, so we wanted to make sure that everyone who plays a part in it feels like they are included and part of the progress, part of the discussions about the challenges, and part of the rewards as well.
As a registered charity, WPC invests the proceeds from its events back into the country where they were held. The educational projects it's funded have benefited thousands of students around the world, a lasting legacy that embodies WPC's ultimate goal of a sustainable energy future.
Второй английский.
Когда это, видимо, когда засовывали.
Здесь я не слышу сейчас. Я что, опять
Вы
нажал,
не
что ли?
слышите, потому что во флор вам, вам в этот надо выйти.
Реле?
Вы себя услышите, когда вы это самое
Вот
будете
так,
в релее. Да. А это флор.
Bringing knowledge, skills, and traditions into everything we do builds a legacy that will last for generations to come. We brought the best and the finest minds to unlock the power of our land and made it a mission to fuel progress for over a quarter century. From deep down in the earth, we fuel our aspiration to be at the top, to be the best at what we do, to succeed in any environment, to stay united as one and remain committed to our duty. Every new day we step in to enable progress for future generations and for the entire country. We face challenges on our way to building a legacy, but we give of our best. We exceed expectations without forgetting where our journey started. We made it a tradition to be the finest at everything we do. We are TCO.
The World's Petroleum Council's governing body meets once a year. The council meeting is a chance for the representatives of national committees from around the world to come together and discuss the organisation's activities and policies. The 2018 event took place in Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan, from where Ivor Bennett sent this report.
Kazakhstan and its capital Astana was the venue for the 2018 meeting of the World Petroleum Council's governing body, a global network of stakeholders coming together to discuss a global issue, the sustainable use of energy for all.
The main objective is to create a sustainable development of the industry, contributing to the development of the society. So it's contributing to sustainable development for all in a way.
Oil and gas show in Cairo.
The WPC, as it's known, was set up in 1933 and is now made up of nearly 70 countries, ranging from China and Colombia to Venezuela and Vietnam. Between them, the members represent over 96% of the world's production and consumption of oil and gas.
It's special because we are neutral and non-political, which means we can get quite a few countries together around the table talking about issues that perhaps normally they wouldn't.
Whether it's learning from each other, exchanging new ideas, or seeking new investment, the conversation moves quickly here. Each country represented by a national committee, made up of voices from industry, academia, and government.
It is a great opportunity for everybody in the industry to get together and share experiences and collaborate.
It's a nice way to find the solutions for the energy challenges in our markets.
In a rapidly changing world, the challenges are constantly evolving. How to meet rising demand while reducing the impact on the environment, all in an increasingly competitive market.
We have to understand that citizens are demanding good energy for them, and we have to deliver.
Of course, the oil and gas industry is considered part of this problem, but we will be part of the solution more than any other player.
The solutions come from within the WPC family, which extends far beyond those gathered in Astana. Every 3 years, more than 10,000 participants gather for the WPC Congress, known as the Olympics of the petroleum industry. From technological advances in upstream and downstream to its social, economic and environmental impact, all aspects of the industry are discussed, with Houston hosting the next Congress in 2020.
We haven't hosted it for over 30 years. All the technical innovation that's now taking place in the U.S., we want to share that information as well as welcome the world to come join us to celebrate the rebound in energy.
Perhaps the biggest challenge the industry faces, though, is how to engage the next generation, as they will be its future. That's why WPC has set up its Young Professionals Committee, a platform to hear the voices of tomorrow as well as the fresh ideas they bring.
There's a lot of technological advances that come up, so it's really great to engage young professionals in this industry because they have a lot of great ideas to bring.
This is a way to learn from peers, but also to talk about new topics, new challenges such as climate change, renewables, digitalization of the industry.
We are like a bridge, like a channel between the international arena, bringing all we know, all we gain from the professionals to the local content development.
A diversity of perspectives is only achieved through a diversity of voices, which WPC creates through a membership that transcends age, gender and nationality.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Marat Birimjan, and I will be moderator of our forum today. So being a KBTU graduate myself and an oil and gas industry professional, like all of us, there is something that we put very, very close to our hearts and minds, which is health and safety. So please allow us to start our forum today with an HSC briefing by our dear hosts, KBTU.
Dear participants of the Youth Forum, good day everyone. So the organization, committee and administration of KBTU warned that in case of emergency situations and dangerous events during your stay in this building, for emergency evacuation you need to proceed without causing panic to the emergency exit located on the left side of the balcony of the first floor of the Independence Hall. Also to the exit from the side of Tulibi Street, or to the main exits through the entrance groups located at the back of the Independence Hall, down the stairs through the entrance groups from the side of Kazbek B Street that is shown in the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Your Excellency, President of the World Petroleum Council, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the World Petroleum Council Youth Forum is a platform for youth professionals, for young professionals and industry researchers to share experience and cutting-edge achievements in the oil and gas industry. And after very successful events in Beijing, in Paris, New Delhi, Calgary, Rio de Janeiro, St. Petersburg, and now Almaty is very proud to host the 7th Youth Forum of the World Petroleum Council. The theme of the Almaty Forum is Energy Transition, Dialogue of Generations. The role of the new generation in the consumption of a low-carbon, safe and secure energy future. And we have an absolutely amazing panel of keynote speakers with us today, led by His Excellency Mr. Pedro Miras Salamanca, the WPC President. We also have with us today Mr. Murat Jurebekov, who is the first Vice Minister of Energy of Kazakhstan. It's a great honor for us also to have Mr. Shambolat Sarsenov with us today, the Vice Chair of WPC Kazakhstan National Committee. And we also have Mr. Joseph McMonigal, the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, with us today. And also, of course, the main speaker, the representative of the youth at the Youth Forum, Mrs. Lisana Kurbanshoeva, the chair of WPC Young Professionals Committee. And I'm very happy to say that we've got over 700 delegates from 29 countries participating in the forum today. And it is my great honor and pleasure and privilege to say that we will have a welcome address by His Excellency President Kasım-Jomart Kemaloğlu Tokayev to all participants of our forum today. This will be read to us by Mr. Murat Jurebekov, First Vice Minister of Energy of Kazakhstan, after which Mr. Jurebekov will also give us his keynote speech on behalf of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Jurebekov, the floor is yours.
Good day, dear participants of today's meeting. Let me first of all read out the welcome remarks on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. Distinguished participants of the 7th Youth Forum World Petroleum Council, I congratulate you with the opening. This is a global dialogue platform that attracts young professionals from different countries to find new ways to accelerate development. The oil and gas sector plays a key role in the social and economic development of Kazakhstan. Over the years of independence, more than $200 billion of foreign direct investment has been attracted to this field. Today, we attach particular importance to the development of the gas and petrochemical industries. In October of past year, the largest polypropylene manufacturing facility in Central Asia, with a production capacity of 500,000 tons per year, was started. As a responsible country in the global energy market, we're deeply aware of the importance of climate issues and are consistently pursuing a decarbonization policy. Kazakhstan is the first country in the CIS to ratify the Paris Agreement. We set ourselves the ambitious goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. For its realization, a special long-term strategy is taken. I am confident that young specialists and scientists will make a significant contribution to the development of the energy sector of new country. I wish you all further success and prosperity. President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev.
The Youth Forum, on behalf of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Kazakhstan, I welcome you on the opening of the 7th WPC Youth Forum. I express my deep gratitude to WPC Mr. Salamanca for your trust and support in holding today's event in Kazakhstan, particularly in Almaty. The World Petroleum Council, founded in London in 1933, for almost 90 years, has been bringing together the world's best experts to discuss key issues in the oil and gas industry. Topic of today's forum is energy transition, dialogue of generations. Today, the world community is actively discussing the need to undertake urgent measures to ensure energy transition, decarbonization, and low-carbon development. We truly believe that the new generation of highly qualified specialists will be able to find new approaches in solving difficult problems of today's world. It is important, especially today, to pay great attention to supporting young professionals, which is our future leaders. As you well know, the oil and gas sector plays a strategic role for our country. We are one of the world's leaders in terms of oil reserves and production. Today, Kazakhstan is among the 15 leading countries in the world, possessing 3% of the world's oil reserves. For many years, almost all world oil corporations from United States, Europe, China, Russia, and other countries have been operating in Kazakhstan, recognizing the high potential and attractiveness of the investment climate in our region. Today, the world community is at the stage of searching for universal solutions for all parties to decarbonize the oil and gas industry. We understand that a consistent and gradual approach to decarbonization of the oil and gas industry depends on the large number of factors, including technological, geoeconomic, regulatory, and other factors. Currently, we are developing the strategy for reaching carbon neutrality in Kazakhstan until 2060. This is the first long-term document that is aimed at shaping a vision of the reduction of greenhouse and gas emissions in Kazakhstan. We pay great interest in developing cooperation in the field of renewable energy sources, conversion of coal-fired stations to gas, development of gas fields and gas processing, petrochem and hydrogen energy. These are the main areas that we will actively develop in the short term. Since 2018, the Republic of Kazakhstan has been using an open mechanism for international auctions based on equality, fair competition, and openness. For the period from 2018 to 2021, auctions were held in electronic format for renewable energy projects with a total capacity of 1.7 thousand megawatts. Almost 200 companies from 12 countries, which is China, Turkey, Germany, France, Bulgaria, Italy, UAE, Netherlands, Malaysia, Spain, Russia, took part in the auction. Another promising area is the development of hydrogen energy. We are currently conducting research in 3 areas. The first one, the hydrogen production, the transportation and storage of hydrogen, and converting hydrogen into electricity. We believe that energy transition should be based on the principle of socially equal transition and include all issues, including social, gender, employment, and education, future development of new professions and skills, including for people with disabilities. At the same time, it is important not only to provide jobs, but also to develop access to education and develop social protection measures. Measures are being taken in the Republic of Kazakhstan to comprehensively support young people and create conditions for their professional development. We pay great attention to strengthening the intellectual potential of our country, especially to supporting technical educational institutions and the process of transforming multidisciplinary institutions into research universities. I believe that the transfer of knowledge of a more experienced generation, along with the implementation of new innovative solutions, has the potential to provide the necessary synergy effect for the future development of the world's energy sector. I'm confident that the 7th World Petroleum Council Youth Forum will become an effective platform for discussing possible ways to achieve an energy transition and will create an opportunity for important dialogue between the generations. In conclusion, I would like to wish all the participants of the forum successful work, productive meetings, and a good time spent in the beautiful city of Almaty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. First Vice Minister. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this was a very insightful and elaborate presentation of the work that the government is doing to develop our industry. And Mr. Murat Jorebekov highlighted all the relevant aspects in what we are doing in terms of developing upstream, midstream, downstream, the whole value chain of the oil and gas, but also some new products like hydrogen. And also, very, very importantly, what we're doing in terms of energy transition and what we're doing in terms of providing training, vocational training and education for students, for youth, for future oil and gas professionals. So thank you very much, Vice Minister, for this and all your hard work in terms of developing all these relevant sectors. So dear ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give the floor to an oil and gas industry professional of truly world-class caliber with more than 30 years of experience in international oil and gas organizations like the International Energy Agency, like the World Petroleum Council, and like Repsol. So, Mr. Pedro Miras Salamanca, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, delegates, and dear guests, the energy situation has changed very rapidly during the recent times, last year. Until 2020, it seems that security of supply and access to affordable energy was guaranteed, and all efforts should be focused on environmental challenge. And this is where the entire energy community had embarked for this quest, on the quest for a just energy transition. However, in the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic and the conflict in Europe has reminded us that none of the 3 pillars of energy supply should be taken for granted. Clean and sustainable energy with security of supply and at affordable prices is still the equation to be solved. And we must do this in an environment in which, moreover, the perception of part of the society has of our industry and how we do the things is not the best, and which the end of hydrocarbon is predicted by near. In this regard, let me say that the world will continue to need our participation for a long time to come. The world's population is approaching 8 million people, which means that energy demand will continue to grow. And in this scenario, hydrocarbons will continue to play a major role. Indeed, in the latest data for the International Energy Agency forecast, oil demand of 99.5 million barrels per year by the end of 2022, equivalent to the 31% of the world primary energy demand, which will be around 107 million barrels per day. And the agency's future projections are showing exactly the same. And with regard to natural gas, the picture is quite similar. We share in the total energy matrix close to 25% of the consumption, of around 4,086 BCMs by 2020, higher to the pre-pandemic figure that is close to 4,000. On the other hand, the consumption situation is very unbalanced, with geographical areas of high energy use, computers, high condition, massive use of transport, and many other things, and compared to others with very limited or non-existent access. It is estimated that around 1 million of the planet's inhabitants still do not have access to electricity. Providing this vector of developing this to the entire population is a very high responsibility, and the participation of traditional energies in a responsible manner seems essential. And for this reason, it does not seem obvious to think that the disruptive substitution of the hydrocarbons consumption will take place in the near future. However, the transition towards a decarbonized world that protects our planet from the effects of the greenhouse gases is a goal assumed by the society as a whole, including the oil and gas sector that today is here. And to this end, companies have committed themselves and are reorientating their strategies based on process, products, and services that contributes to this achievement. But all of this must be done without forgetting that the 3 pillars that support energy system are essential and must be well balanced. In short, we are looking for new solutions for the same old challenges. And let me tell you that it will not be a single and simple solution. It will be for sure a group of different technology-based solutions that will solve the equation. This is the challenge of our industry must face in the coming years. And this is where the World Petroleum Council has an essential role to play. This is because our activities have always been based on an open and inclusive dialogue that gathers as many points of view as possible without prejudging or having preconceived positions. In this sense, the renewed approach of the WPC embodied in its strategic plan consolidates this vocation. Thus, after a long reflection initiated in the cycle of the 23rd Congress in Houston, it will be here in Almaty that the plan will be approved. The 7 strategic lines that comprise it are based on the WPC vocation to be the main arena for discussion of the challenges that the energy sector requires, to be recognized as a premium global forum facilitating an open dialogue around oil, gas, and energy and their products is the mission of the WPC has adopted for the future. Therefore, the World Petroleum Council family, which will be 90 years old next year, Almaty will be a name forever linked to the evolution of this institution. But we are here celebrating under the theme of energy transition, energy dialogue of generation, the 7th Youth Forum, which I have the honor to participate today, together with other distinguished personalities. I would like to thank the Kazakhstan authorities, Kazakhstan National Committee, the City of Almaty, and the WPC Secretariat and the Youth Committee for all their work and efforts to make this event a reality. Given the program, speakers, and sessions, I can already anticipate that it will be a huge success. But this is also an example of the vocation of this institution. As I said at the beginning, the purpose of the WPC is to be the greatest facilitator of debate to address the energy solutions that our society is demanding. And the motto of the forum defines this as a dialogue between generations for energy transition. The experience of those of us who have been in this sector for some years and the innovation, creativity, and drive to the new generation will lead us to find the way to achieve this energy transition for all. I sincerely believe that during these days, I will hear a variety of opinions that will address the complex issues I mentioned at the beginning in a frank and open way without a priority fixed positions and considering that the solution of energy equation requires all our good work. Let me say a few words to the young people that are the protagonists of this. It's in this framework that with the participation of all of you young people of the WPC is fundamental. It is a matter of gathering your vision, your perspective, your concerns, and your proposal for solutions. We need your reflection in order to continue searching for the transition toward a more sustainable energy model that does not take for granted the rest of the variables that sustain a healthy energy system. But not only that, we also demand an active role from you in some aspects. We need your demand for the continuous improvement of our quality standards in terms of social responsibility, and also the dissemination of the benefits of our sector, nowadays questioned in many forums. You have an obligation to demand continuous improvement in the application of the best practice in environmental, corporate social responsibility, and governance matters in order to ensure that our industry is recognized as being the forefront in these areas. This is because your status naturally makes you more permeable to new social demands and quicker to assimilate them. But you also have the obligation and the historic opportunity to apply all this creativity to come with your fresh eyes to the process and our products in our sector in order to meet the challenges of meeting the world's demand and at the same time addressing a just energy transition. But this is not the end. You also have an important role to play in spreading the word that what we do well in the industry. And this is in this role that you, young people, have a more active and I would say protagonist profile. Our industry must improve communication with society. We have a leading role that we assume in a responsible way in the key aspects such as supply of energy in society, but we are not always seen as such. We need to communicate better, and for this today, more traditional systems are not enough. More direct and personalized communication is needed. Social networks make it possible, and it is where you have the greatest impact by being active in those channels, providing truthfulness to uninformed debates, arguing with a fair than disseminate the qualities of this sector. In short, you must play a leading role in the transformation of the industry and explain to society how proud you are to work in this sector that is essential for the human development. responsible in its approach, and a generator of wealth and well-being for the society as a whole. I encourage you to do so actively, and not only in the Almaty Forum that begins today, but also in your day-to-day conversations and social networks. Well, we have all the elements to make this 7th Forum be remembered with us, with its now name as the Almaty Forum. A complex global energy situation that shows that nothing is granted and requires an open and constructive dialogue. A new impetus for the activities of the World Petroleum Council, embodied in its new strategic plan, on which this forum is a clear example. The program, the organization, the speakers, and the support of this wonderful country, this great city, and its authority. But we also have the most important thing, the participation and commitment of all of you, young people of the WPC, the quarry that will lead us to the better future. Be participative and contribute with your ideas. It will be great to continue advancing in the design on a fair, balanced, sustainable energy landscape. I think that the success here of the 7th Forum is certainly guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salamanca, for such an insightful presentation of the whole macro overview that our industry is facing today. I've written down some notes from your presentation, and thank you very much for sharing your industry wisdom and experience and explaining some of the very complex and complicated things in a very simple and clear manner, especially to our young audience, the Youth Forum participants. So you mentioned the 3 pillars of energy system. You mentioned the challenges and the headwinds that the industry is facing, but also the opportunity that we can tap on. Also, you spoke about energy transition and energy solution. And we all know that the WPC is about vision, perspectives, concerns, and solutions for the oil and gas industry. So thank you very much for everything that you did for our participants today with regards to sharing your experience and your vision and your insights. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Kazakhstan National Committee of the World Petroleum Council is the organizer of the 7th Youth Forum of WPC, and Kazakhstan National Company has been a very active participant of WPC since 2008. And I would like to give the floor to the Vice Chair of Kazakhstan National Committee of the World Petroleum Council, Mr. Jambolat Jakivich Sarsenov. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marat. Your Excellencies, dear forum participants, dear friends, colleagues. Holding such an important and honorable event is a great development for the region. Since the first Youth Forum held in Beijing, thousands of young professionals from over the world have had a unique opportunity to be heard by global industry leaders. I'm confident that the resolution of the Almaty Forum will make a significant contribution to the development of the youth movement. The consequences of the pandemic, the instability of the regional energy markets have once again shown the importance of the stable, confident operation of the oil and gas industry. The supply of affordable energy to consumers with minimal environmental impact in the modern world, to ensure the energy and environmental security of the planet. We need balanced, responsible actions of all market participants, both producers and consumers, with long-term perspective for the sustainable development of all countries to ensure the better future for all the nations of the earth. The topic of discussions of the Almaty Forum is extremely relevant for us and future generations. The current stage of the development of the industry indicates the needs to the industry, the surge, the opportunities for the wider introduction of the advanced technologies with the involvement of the clean and safe energy sources in the energy mix. At the same time, technological transformation affects the entire energy chain, for the production and transportation to processing and consumption of the energy resources. I would also like to mention science and the role of scientific and technological progress. A new generations of managers and young scientists faces serious challenges to adapt and improve the existing areas of low carbon energy to the technological capabilities of our time. I hope that the participants of the 7th WPC Youth Forum will be able to open the expert community, the new phases of integrated solutions to shape the countless of the global energy sectors of the 21st century. Dear colleagues, sharpening the global agenda for the implementations of the energy transition and separately linked with the responsible government approach to support the intellectual potentials of the young talents. It's gratifying that all conditions have been created in the Republic of Kazakhstan since independence, so that highly qualified human capital is formed in the labor market, in the sector of the economy, technologies, in the industry, supplemented by the scientific and applied research. And the level of the management is raised in the accordance with the new market trends and needs. The President of the Republic of Kazakhstan systematically implements a strategy to support Kazakhstan youth and increase investment in the human capital development. The Kazakhstan National Committee of the World Petroleum Council fully supports the state policy to create favorable conditions for the qualitative growth of the leaders of the new Kazakhstan, capable to making impressive technological and social breakthrough which will undoubtedly succeed. Dear forum participants, the next year the World Petroleum Council celebrates its 90th anniversary, and we are pleased that the Almaty Forum will become a starting point for updating and improving the activities of the organization. A specific milestone of the current Youth Forum is the adopting a new WPC strategic development plan. I'm confident that the reliable history of the World Petroleum Council, coupled with bold ideas of the young professionals, will make it possible to intensify our joint activities and set the necessary impetus for the successful implementation of the development plan of the World Petroleum Council. Dear colleagues, Kazakhstan is one of the experienced and active members of the World Petroleum Council. We have tried to create the best conditions for your comfortable stay in our country and fruitful work on the sidelines of the Youth Forum. Welcome to the southern capital of Kazakhstan. I wish all participants all the participants of the event productive work and important achievements. From my side, especially I would like to dedicate special thanks and words of the thanks to our member companies of the National Committee. The support of the companies was so great, and we was able to, in a short period, to establish the team and organize the big and important event for our young generation in the frame of this university. It's the historical place, it's the historical events was happened in this auditorium, and I hope that the young generation has blessed to have achieved the big and great achievements in the new practical world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarsenov, and all the team at the Kazakhstan National Committee of the YPC for all the hard work you're doing with regards to putting this all together. And I particularly liked in your speech the highlights and the importance of the technological transition. So not only energy transition, but technological transition for energy transition, and some other enablers that would help us to transition to a cleaner energy future. You also had very, very good points and with regards to science and the issues that young scientists are facing when they're entering the industry. And also, of course, the very important aspects of human capital development in the oil and gas industry, with very, very clear focus on youth and young professionals' development. Thank you very much for this. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give the floor to our next keynote speaker, Mr. Joseph McMonigle, Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. So Mr. McMonigle has more than 20 years of experience in government and energy sectors. He was president and founder of the Abraham Group, which is one of the leading international energy advisors in our industry, and also has spent many, many years of hard work at the Ministry of Energy of the United States. Mr. Joseph McMonigle, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Your Excellency, First Vice Minister, WPC President Pedro Mira Salamanca, and members of the organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address this youth forum on energy transition in the context of a dialogue between generations. I think it's very important that we gather today in Kazakhstan, one of the leaders for global energy security, with the world going through the energy crisis we're in today, while we continue to pursue the energy transition. So in my remarks today, I'll start with an overview, I think, of the current energy market dynamics, and then focus on the future, on three priorities for the future for policymakers as we enter a critical phase for recovery, stability, and security. First, a little background on the IEF. Many of you may not be familiar with the International Energy Forum. We're 30 years old this year. We were formed because previous to the IEF, you had the consuming countries of the IEA and the producing countries of OPEC, but they didn't really talk to each other or communicate. So it was decided that there should be a formal organization of both producers and consumers. Of course, 30 years later, we have more countries as members than those two groups combined. But the Secretary General of OPEC and the Executive Director of the IEA are on my executive board. So while we're the consuming and producing countries organization, I also find that we are increasingly the developed and developing world organization as well. We have over 30 countries from Africa who are members and very much care about all the developing issues as it relates to the transition and energy security. And finally, we also host something called JODI, which is the Joint Organizations Data Initiative. It stores all the production and consumption data for all the countries. We provide it for free. As you may be aware, some of the other organizations don't give it for free. They actually charge you to get the information, but we make the information available for free. Prior to me becoming Secretary General, all we did was put it on the website for everyone to see it, but now we're actually taking some of the data that we get from JODI and doing some analysis with it. So as you see reports that we do, we're increasingly relying on JODI data, and every month we produce an analysis of the latest data. So let me talk a little bit about today's market. I mean, of course, as everyone knows, we've moved from one unprecedented event to another over the past 2 years. As markets were rebalancing after the shock of the pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has triggered a drastic realignment in producer-consumer relations. And of course, now there are widespread expectations of a global recession because of the war, because of the pandemic, because of inflation and supply chain issues. Oil prices have subsided in recent weeks on financial markets pricing in really bad economic news and potentially a decline in demand as a result. But coal and gas prices remain high, and physical oil markets remain tight. I like to say that we have a tale of two markets. We have the financial oil markets, which is trading really paper and pricing in bad economic news in the future. And then we have the physical markets, people who are trading supplies for today, and that market is quite tight. Analysts who once characterized the market as lower for longer are now talking of higher and more volatile markets. Indeed, the global energy complex is extremely stressed. While oil prices declined recently, I really regard this as a false calm in oil markets. And that's because demand after the pandemic has returned to pre-pandemic levels, but supply has not come back. It's about 98% of pre-pandemic levels. The gap between supply and demand, I think conventional wisdom in the media thinks the gap is because OPEC or OPEC Plus is not producing as much as they should be, but really half of the gap is from my home country, the United States, because US producers, for the same reason producers worldwide are not producing at higher levels, is because of investment concerns, and I'll get into that a little later. But also total inventories grew in July, but we're still at 438 million barrels below the 5-year average, which illustrates, I think, the problem and the tightness in the market. And of course, spare capacity and OECD commercial and strategic inventories have been extensively tapped. In the United States, for example, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is almost at bare minimums now, so there's not any more rescue supplies from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve of the United States. And that those recent releases runs out in October. U.S. production also, I should point out, shows signs of plateauing. The number of frac crews has leveled out since late April, and the rig count has stalled since early July. Natural gas, I don't have to tell people in Europe and also Asia, the situation is far more dire. We're facing a multi-year global crisis in gas markets. And Europe's gas crisis will linger for years. Next winter could be even more severe than this winter. And a lot of people like to blame this on the war in Ukraine, and certainly it's added a premium to oil and gas prices. But if you think about last winter, especially I was at the COP meeting in Scotland, we were already dealing with an energy crisis. So we can't put all the blame on the war in Ukraine. This is really about a lack of investment in supply. And this isn't just a story about Europe. The media likes to focus on it because a lot of the media is focused in Europe, but Europe is part of a global market. As more LNG flows to Europe, some developing countries are being priced out of the market. Developing countries all over the world are suffering from fuel shortages and unaffordable energy. One example is Pakistan had a recent tender a couple months ago for LNG and couldn't find one single seller to provide LNG because all of the cargoes are going to Europe where they're paying top dollar for it. On the demand side, China is constrained by continuing lockdowns as a result of the COVID pandemic. But despite this, Chinese demand in July this year was still 135,000 barrels a day above pre-pandemic levels. So imagine what happens when the economy in China fully reopens. And lastly, this idea that the cure to high prices is high prices, I don't think that's true anymore. And certainly, number one, I think because of the transition, we've made structural changes to the supply side. But I think it's pointing out that over history, yes, there are dips in demand when you have a recession, but if it doesn't always contract, and if it does, it's only temporary. And lastly, the worst impacts of the Russian crisis, I think, are still ahead, especially for oil markets. The market faces a severe disruption this winter as the EU bans will come into effect. The EU imported about 3 million barrels of Russian oil, crude, and products in August, and the EU crude ban comes into effect in December, and the product ban comes into effect in February of next year. China, India, and Turkey are now the primary buyers of Russian oil, about 2.5 million barrels a day in August versus 1.1 last year. And this winter, the markets will be scrambling to reroute and replace at least 2.5 million barrels of Russian flows. So rerouting Russia's petroleum product exports is more complicated than for crude oil. Now let me talk a little bit about the future and sort of what we call the roadmap for rebuilding at the IEF. Number one, the most important thing we can do for energy security is investment, and investment in upstream. You know, setting aside the Russia-Ukraine situation, markets, as I pointed out earlier, were already in a supply deficit from the pandemic and from underinvestment. The IEF and S&P Platts last year did a report on the investment crisis in the upstream sector, and we're currently updating that report for this year. And essentially what it found was over the first 2 years of the pandemic, CapEx cuts were cut about 25% per year compared to pre-COVID levels. And this year it looks to be a similar cut from pre-pandemic levels, although probably not as severe as 25%. Now there's many reasons for this. Obviously there's this whole concept of capital discipline and investor returns. The sector wasn't doing so well compared to healthcare or tech sectors, but now it's doing better, so hopefully that concern is resolved. There are, of course, permitting issues, but we also have this concept of ESG and sustainability investing, which puts a lot of pressure on the sector. And of course, the pandemic really exacerbated what was already a problem of a lack of investment in supply. And so what our report concluded was that investment needs to increase by at least $525 billion annually for the next 10 years just to meet demand. And you know, some people would say that's a very conservative number. I've seen other estimates that number should be close to $1 trillion. The other thing the IEF does is every February we do an annual Outlook Symposium with OPEC and with the IEA. And essentially, I call it the battle of the energy outlooks. The OPEC and IEA will give their short, medium, and long-term views of energy outlook and as we meet our goals for the transition. And essentially, the difference between the different outlook scenarios, not just of OPEC and IEA, but we incorporate companies and IRENA and a lot of private sector outlooks. So there's probably like 40 different outlooks. But the difference between the highest and lowest demand for oil in 2050, based on all sorts of models and scenarios, is about 100 million barrels a day. And that's about the size of today's oil market. So if you're a company looking to make investment decisions as a policymaker, or if you're a company looking to make an investment decision or a policymaker looking to make decisions on energy roadmaps, how do you make these decisions with such great uncertainty about where the market's going in 2050? You may ask yourself why, you may think it's strange that the president of or the Secretary General of an international energy organization is talking about investment in upstream. And I say it because I care about the energy transition and progress on climate. I'm very worried that if the public starts to equate high energy prices and volatility with the transition or climate policies, we're in big trouble. I know, at least in my country, in the United States, if the public starts to lose support for something that's so existential to their daily lives, it'll be very hard to get that support back. So we need to manage the transition, to power the economy, to address energy poverty, and keep continued progress on climate. Another component of the roadmap to rebuilding, the second component, is really technology. And that's why I'm excited to be here today to speak to this youth forum. Yes, we need more wind and solar, but according to the IEA technology report of 2020, wind and solar only get us halfway to meeting our net zero goals by 2050. We need new technologies that are not even commercialized and not even envisioned in some cases, to enable us to get the other half of our climate goals. So the reality is there's no current alternatives to hydrocarbons. And we need more clean energy R&D by governments and by companies. And I think this is why it's so exciting that you have a very robust youth forum component of the WPC, because we need more young people to work for energy companies. If we want to scale up these transitions that are going to be developed in technologies and those that are in commercialization phases right now and those that aren't even invented, we need young people, brilliant minds to join these companies, and we need energy companies, the big energy companies of today, to help us scale up these solutions. And two of these solutions are CCUS, carbon capture, use, and storage. The other one is hydrogen. The IEF recently came out with a hydrogen report that looked at the early stages of how do we accelerate the early stages of hydrogen. Hydrogen needs to play a key role in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. But we need to get away from the complicated and really oversimplified color codes of hydrogen and develop new carbon intensity scales and measure tracking and carbon intensity, and those will be key elements to international trade for hydrogen. And lastly, the third component to rebuilding is really a renewed focus on energy access and energy poverty. This really has to be a priority to the rebuilding after the pandemic and this recession. You know, far away from Europe and Ukraine, 600 million people in Africa suffer from energy poverty, and that number is growing. The World Bank recently said a couple months ago that the pandemic has actually made that worse. We were actually making progress and that number was contracting, but now it's actually grown by about 90 million people. And so the scale of the energy challenge in Africa is huge. The continent adds the population, a country of the size of France or Thailand, every 2 years. And the pandemic has, as I said, widened the gap between those with energy and those without. And the West often looks at this issue through their lenses of what they know about energy and energy efficiency in European and US and other Western countries. But often they don't really understand it. Let me just give you one example. Heathrow Airport in London consumes more energy than the entire country of Sierra Leone. You know, one African minister joked to me recently at an energy conference in Nigeria that we can decarbonize after we carbonize. And indeed, African countries are already net zero. They need energy for development, for life. At a lot of energy conferences that I attend, and I know everyone here attends these conferences, I hear a lot of this term, we have to be careful about the transition because of stranded assets. Well, I think we need to be worried about stranded lives in Africa right now. And with widespread energy poverty in the world, we can never achieve sustainable growth and a just and fair energy transition. So we're advocating for energy poverty and energy access at the IEF to have the same focus that the world gave to the pandemic, fighting the pandemic and achieving vaccines, and the same focus and emphasis we give to climate progress. And it really needs to be a priority on that level. So finally, at the IEF, we're receiving a growing chorus of demands from our 71 member countries to really conceptualize a new approach to addressing carbon emissions that pays much more attention to energy security and market stability and this issue of energy access. And indeed, the G20 leaders last year in Rome called on the IEF to intensify a global dialogue on this very topic. So as a result, we're in the process of launching a new initiative across a range of stakeholders, including energy producers and consumers, industry, think tanks, and civil society, to explore new approaches to address carbon emissions that emphasizes energy security and market stability. I hope Kazakhstan will join us in this vitally important global energy dialogue, and I'm working on trying to get the minister to join the IEF, and we've already had some positive discussions, and I look forward to those continuing. But I'd like to thank you once again for the opportunity to address this important conference and wish you the very best in your deliberations and program here. Thank you very much.
Можно вопрос, да?
Question, if I may? Mr. Kunin.
You are one of the most experienced, internationally experienced person here in this hall. We have a number of high representatives of international companies here, Chevron, Shell, Total, and others. And some of them are now at the stage of making a decision about the expansion of the, further expansion of the project. And in this regard, my question is, what is your vision in the long term, for example, for the next decade, the demand of oil, when the peak oil will be reached, and what would be the price level? Thank you.
All easy questions.
Yes.
Well, we actually think that, as I said in my comments, renewables only get us about halfway to meeting our climate goals, and that's because we don't have technologies that are commercialized and those that are not even envisioned. So there are really no alternatives, current alternatives to hydrocarbons, and so we're really going to need hydrocarbons well into the future. Even under the IEA, net zero approach, hydrocarbons still has a role. I think I think if we focus on technologies like CCUS, there are those people who claim to care about climate change, but really they only care about keeping fossil fuels and hydrocarbons in the ground. I think the focus really needs to be on emissions. And that's why it's so important we make advances on CCUS. Not just CCUS, but also direct air capture, carbon removal. I'm very optimistic about all of these technologies. But I think, so in any event, I do think there's a very robust future. I think the problem with the different models that we've seen is that they've anticipated declines in demand that are not panning out. And I like to say we have to listen to markets, not models. And but I would say this, the companies have a responsibility, but I think it's important for us to, as governments and as industrial sector, to engage with investors. Because the investors are the other part of this problem. And I say this to my own country in the United States, they're doing a lot to pressure energy companies to produce more and to create more refining. But they really need, and as an industry and as organizations like mine, we need to engage with investors because investors need to be more responsible. The ES&G is not just E. There's an S and a G part of it as well. And S stands for social development. And I think it's really important for investors that care about sustainability, as I said, to be worried about the public losing support for climate policies. And so that's why I think we have to be very careful. We have to support big projects like those in Kazakhstan that are going to provide energy security. And I think Kazakhstan's going to have a key role here in the next decade.
So what's your answer then? Your answer can change the Kazakhstani oil industry in the next 5 years. If your answer will be positive.
Well, if I were on the investing side, I would be very bullish on Kazakhstan, the need for hydrocarbons.
But the question is about the global demand. What do you think? You talked about China that is still not consuming at full level. So, and in the next decade, with this, with this geopolitical situation in the world, with this pandemic consequences, etc., etc. So, what would be the oil demand in the next 10 years, and whether the peak oil is shifted or not?
Yeah, I think this concept of peak oil, there's actually an opinion piece in Bloomberg today saying it's already arrived, which I strongly disagree with. Look, demand increases every year. We're not seeing, and you have population growth, as I talked about in Africa. They double the population of a country the size of France every 2 years. Southeast Asia is such a huge growth area for energy demand, and that's not going away. And their populations right now, the income levels are not at a level to really drive demand, even though it's quite robust. But these generations are going to want automobiles and different things in life that are going to spike demand as well. So. I just don't see, demand. I don't see a peak demand on the horizon. That's yet to really be proven to me. In models, yes, they can model it. The net zero model is basically, that just took where we want to be in 2050 and worked backwards. It didn't really have a thoughtful analysis of what will happen to demand. Until we get and develop these technologies, and by the way, one of the technologies is CCUS, which is going to keep the industry as a vital component well into the future.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like just to compliment and thank Mr. Zhurebekov for being so savvy and using this opportunity to pick on the brains of our world-class speakers today at the spot. And I was myself actually getting ready my pen to take note of the magic number of the future oil price, and I was hoping to get this $1 million answer, or if not billion-dollar answer. But maybe, hopefully, later on, I'm pretty sure that this is something like this crystal ball of the future oil price is something very important to us all, not only government, but the oil and gas industry professionals in the country, in the region, with regards to making the investment decisions, the final investment decisions with their projects, investing into exploration, production, and new assets. So, dear Mr. Joseph, again, thank you very much for your wonderful remarks on current energy market dynamics and the outlook going forward. Also, very special thanks for your joint data initiative and making this available to the whole world. Actually, this is very, very important. And I particularly liked how you talked to us with regards to very complex dilemmas, which is energy transition, energy security, energy access, and energy poverty. So all of these aspects are very, very important, and they are intertwined among themselves. Thank you very much for a very, very wonderful remarks on that. So dear ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite our next speaker, Mrs. Lisana Kurbanshoeva, the chair of the World Petroleum Council's Young Professionals Committee. So she's an oil and gas professional herself and member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers since 2013, and now chair of WPC Youth Committee. And I also wanted to thank Lisana for an absolutely wonderful moderation this morning for the breakfast briefing with CEO session that we had earlier today with Mr. Kevin Lyon, the CEO of Tengiz Chevroil, and Mr. Sanjar Jarkeshev, the CEO of Kazagas. That was an absolutely brilliant moderation work, and I thank you for this as well. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marat. I will try to be very short, and I will not even try to predict the oil prices. Good afternoon, dear participants of the 7th WPC Youth Forum. It's my honor to speak on the opening session on behalf of the WPC Young Professionals Committee. First of all, I would like to thank Kazakhstan National Committee for taking a lead and organizing this event. You did a great job, and we all are very much looking forward to these 2 days here. WPC Youth Forum is a unique platform that allows us to bring hundreds of participants from all over the world and to initiate the discussion around our industry, to help us to grow our network, and also to make sure that the voice of young generation is heard by industry leaders and decision makers. I strongly believe that initiating and maintaining such dialogue is a key to solving energy industry challenges, even more in such a turbulent times that we are living now with numerous instabilities. When I look back to June 2019, when we had the 6th WPC Youth Forum in St. Petersburg, I get a feeling that it was in the other life. Since then, in addition to all industry rapid transformations, we lived through global COVID pandemic, which undoubtedly changed and transformed our societies and also our ways of life. Now, we are all experiencing shocking geopolitical crises in Ukraine, but also in some other parts of the world. With all these instabilities, it seems that more than ever, the questions of energy access, affordability, and security are at the top of the global energy agenda. And in addition to above-mentioned points, our society is still facing and fighting a major global and collective challenge, climate change. More frequent and severe floods, droughts, and fires are becoming a reality, a daily reality, for many people around the world. And if we want to keep our target of 1.5 degrees within the reach, we must turn all the promises into actions urgently and reduce our CO2 emissions. And we already see, of course, some actions taken in these directions. Companies are diversifying their portfolios, investing more in renewable energy sources. First CCUS projects are being developed. Regulations are shifting, and so are society behaviors. Many countries are implementing the net zero strategies, including the Kazakhstan, who aim to carbon neutrality by 2060. The topic of the next WPC Congress, which will be held in Calgary, is also dedicated to this topic and will be energy transition, the path to net zero. So, as I said, there are actions, but there is still a lot more that we need to do. Facing all these challenges, many young professionals and students start questioning their future in the industry. What skills will be required? Which technologies will dominate? Will the things that I learn now still be relevant when I graduate or when I start my career? How will companies and their policies change? And what will be my role in these energy transformations? I'm convinced that you will be able to discuss and hopefully find some answers to these questions during these 2 days of the forum. WPC Young Professionals Committee and Kazakhstan National Committee did a great job and to build up-to-date technical program, inviting top experts of industry and covering 3 main blocks: innovative leadership, sustainable technologies, energy and society. I would like once again to thank Kazakhstan National Committee for providing us with such a platform. But I would also like to thank the whole international WPC Young Professional Committee for your contribution to this success. And in addition to that, to all the members of our committee who on the daily basis, in addition to their full-time job, leading and managing our projects, such as mentoring program, survey, magazine, and YP Connect. It's always inspiring and motivating to see the team of young professionals and students volunteering to shape the global energy future by bringing together the passion and talents of industry, young professionals, students, and emerging leaders. In everything we do within the WPC committee, we are aligned with our priorities. It's connecting future leaders together and to current industry leaders, sharing passion for the industry and the WPC brand globally, bridging geopolitical boundaries to foster new relationships, integration of global young professionals' perspective to the industry, and fostering leadership skills today to serve the future of the industry. So thank you again, the whole Young Professional Committee of the World Petroleum Council. With that being said, I invite everyone to join our dialogue of generations, share your ideas, stand up for your convictions, network, and build relations that will last a long time. And I believe that the truth is born in debate. So I wish everyone a fruitful and enjoyable discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lozano. Thank you very much for your wonderful address directed specifically towards our youth, the young professionals, and answering some of the very key questions they're facing today. What skills will be required? What technologies will game change our oil and gas industry going forward? And what would be my role in this? So I'm pretty sure that your presentation and your messages will be very, very useful to our young professionals. So now, dear ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to close our forum today with a very wise thoughts of two philosophers, I would say. The first one is a very well-known philosopher, Mr. Al-Farabi, who once said that choosing the right path starts with choosing the right step. So it is very important to us that we make the right steps towards bright energy future that would also include and encompasses all the relevant messages that our speakers today have mentioned. The second is not a philosopher, but I believe is a very, very wise man, Uncle Ben of Spider-Man, who once said, with great powers comes great responsibility. So I believe that with you, our future oil and gas professionals and oil and gas leaders and energy leaders, it is up to you and it is your responsibility to do more, become more, and work more and study more in order to secure bright energy future for not only us here in Kazakhstan, but globally. So with that, again, please allow me to thank our wonderful and world-class panel speakers today, and thank you very much all for participating. Thank you.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Один.
Пожалуйста.
Hello.
Спичка есть? Yes, good. Okay, you can speak. Great, thank you. Микрофон не надо менять, потому что место. Хорошо. Но кликать нужно.
One, two, check. One, two, check. One, two. Раз, 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 check. One, two, check, check. One, two, check. One, two, check. Проверка. Откуда? Возьмите. Вы выступать хотите? Это подступ, чтобы выше человек стоял. Хорошо? Хорошо. Со спичи сейчас не будет разговора. Один.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Musa Rahbi. I am a production technologist working for Petroleum Development of Oman from the Sultanate of Oman. And it gives me great pleasure to be here today and to welcome all of you to this very interesting panel with this very distinguished and prominent speakers. So please, I would like you to welcome with me. First we have, maybe I can start from my right, Dr. Piers Rimmer, General Director from the World Petroleum Council. We have also Mr. Sanjar Jarkishov, Chairman of Kazakh from Kazakhstan. And last but not least, we have His Excellency Mr. Orban Rusnak, former Secretary General from the International Energy Charter. So please, a round of applause for our distinguished speakers. I just would like to note for all the audience that we will dedicate 10 to 15 minutes toward the end for questions from the audience. So please make sure you have your questions ready by then. Yeah. And so basically the purpose of this 1 hour panel, as the name suggests, is basically to shed the light on the importance of natural gas in the decarbonization journey. As well as you know, over the past 50 years, natural gas has revolutionized the energy fuel mix, and also the fact that it's the most environmentally friendly fossil fuels that has given it a competitive edge to be sustainable for the years to come. So we'll discuss more about that, and I would like to kick off this discussion with a question for all of our 3 panelists. And the question is, what is the role of natural gas in decarbonization? I would like to start with Mr. Sanjar, please.
Thank you. I think it's a great honor to be here today at this distinguished panel, the great event by the World Petroleum Council. And I personally always enjoy talking to the younger generation, to the students, the young professionals. So really enjoyed the breakfast this morning, organized by the World Petroleum Council as well. So thank you for the invitation. So over the last couple of days, we've been discussing about gas a lot. So I'm very proud to be actually working for Kazakh Gas and leading the Kazakh Gas. And last year, the president of Kazakhstan made a very important and timely decision to make Kazakh Gas a standalone company. So we wanted to make sure that we achieve our energy transition, energy security goals. So gas is critical for Kazakhstan, and we see it all over the world. Countries moving towards the energy security first, and now with the energy transition as well. So we have a goal of making sure we've got enough gas for that. I want to show a couple of slides actually, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
If they load the slides about the energy balance.
Can someone help with the slides, please?
Yes, we got it. Yes.
Oh, you have them. Okay.
But if you think about the energy balance for the next a few decades, I think it's obvious to meet our Paris Agreement goals by 2060, net zero. In 2030, Kazakhstan needs to generate its electricity about 30% from gas. And to be able to do that, we need to have a lot of gas, right? And push away coal. But in terms of energy security agenda, we shouldn't say no to coal immediately, because in the short time, we are expecting a gas deficit in Kazakhstan. So the turquoise color here is the gas in transition fuel between dirty and clean. It requires a lot of gas. Currently, we are not quite ready. To make us ready, we're making all the reforms. And thanks to the President of Kazakhstan and the government, especially the Minister of Energy, who's pushing the reforms and implementing them now. And one of the key reforms we're going through is the pricing reform that is in the Parliament hearings this week. So it's a cornerstone, actually a big milestone for reforming the gas industry. So once we do all the reforms, I think we'll be able to generate enough gas volumes, as in the turquoise color you can see, so that we can ensure we can meet our Paris Agreement goals. So this is a very important outlook on this slide. And you see the nuclear part as well, the dark blue, right? So the outlook of the Minister of Energy as well. So we will be diversifying our energy sources. So if you go to the next slide, it's an interesting one. I gave this a short presentation, a guest lecture at the Harvard Kennedy School last week about the dilemma between energy transition and energy security. It's a catch-22 situation. If you want to decarbonize the economy, you need to continue carbonizing it, because over the last 10 years, we had a severe underinvestment to the hydrocarbon industry because we've been carried away with green efforts. It's a good thing, but we shouldn't forget about energy transition. But now, with the energy crisis in Europe, we can see that maybe it wasn't the most, it wasn't the right decision to divest from the hydrocarbons. So this slide shows the wind and solar, the oil and gas, and the CCUS, the carbon capture utilization storage efforts. And what this says is that to be able to reach our different scenarios, so the scenarios of 2015 to 2019 is a factual level of investment. Accelerated case is the most, I think, drastic or aggressive scenario of decarbonization. Net zero is the Paris Agreement, and the new momentum is the one that is more realistic to, in our opinion. At Kazakhstan, we're doing all kinds of interesting analytics. And if you think about these three scenarios in all the wind, solar, oil and gas, and CCUS, this shows the message that if you look at the net zero case, you need to spend about on wind and solar about $400 to $500 billion annually, globally, right? Well, that is not happening. And oil and gas industry, to reach the net zero for oil and gas industry, you need to continue spending about $350 billion annually. That is not happening. And CCUS accordingly. Because of severe underinvestment in the hydrocarbon industry, which has to become the kind of the bridge before we actually fully decarbonize, now we need to spend even more. So when our students are asking, does the petroleum engineering have a future? Should I switch my career? Should I, do something else? And the answer is no. there is a lot of potential, dozens of years of life. Petroleum engineering will still be very relevant to the world, we think. And new momentum case shows that the exact case, right? We need to spend even more, about $500 billion annually to keep up, or actually to restore the heavy underinvestment of the last 10 years, right? So that we can reach our net zero by 2060. So this is kind of an interesting, outlook we saw from BP Energy Outlook, and we can see similar outlooks from the IHS market and other analytical companies. So what are we trying to do in Kazakhstan to reach this, to address this? The renewed Kazakhstan strategy to 2030 will become the enabler of the energy security and energy transition. But the reason I put energy security first here is not just by chance. With the lessons we learned from the European energy crisis, when there was heavy policies for greener energy, and now they shoot themselves in the foot, and they're in a tough situation because they don't have diversified energy sources. Now they have to go back and reopen the coal mines, open back all the different projects on nuclear, which used to be a problem before. So now there is a renaissance of coal industry, surprisingly, right? So, now we don't want to be in that situation. We need to learn lessons. In China, we analyzed a pretty good balance between the three factors that for energy policies. It's the affordability of energy for ordinary people, the citizen. Second is the energy security matters, and third one is the energy transition matters. So we'd like to learn from those lessons and what it means for Kazakhstan. So for our strategy at Kazakhgas, we have 5 major directions. First is increasing the resources and reserves of gas. So exploration and production activities in gas. Thankfully, Kazakhstan has gas enough for more than 130 years. About 4 trillion cubic meters of gas, 60 trillion cubic meters of resources, prognosed resources. So that's enough. Second direction is we're working on the development of the domestic gas market. We have to continue gasifying the country. At the moment, Kazakhstan has 57% of gasification levels. We need to reach 65% by 2025, 2026, and further. So, and also we need to ensure that we ensure that the ordinary people have more access to comforts of gas, right? Third direction, we're working on the gas transit and export potential, constructing new pipelines like Benue-Bazor-Shymkent's second line, so that we can satisfy the consumption on the southern part of Kazakhstan is a critical project for us. Continuing the Sararka gas pipeline to gasify the northern part of Kazakhstan is critical, etc. So, and also ensuring that after satisfying the internal consumption, we want to be still exporting to our Chinese partners. So we want to still remain as a reliable export partner for CNPC. The fourth direction we're working on is the downstream in the petrochemicals, gas chemical industry. And we're building a new plant, first plant and at Kashagan field to process the raw gas to trade gas. And we'll be building about 4 of them, maybe 3. So we're looking at the concept selection phase right now. So in a lot of the new projects like methanol, ammonia, urea, fertilizers, carbamide, these projects are high value added products, so way better than just exporting raw gas, raw materials, so it's more beneficial for the national economy. And the fifth one is the investment attractiveness and the operational efficiency and effectiveness of Kazakhgas. We're getting ready for IPO, so there's a lot of effort being done there. We want to make sure that we've got the equity story for investors, and our story is energy transition, energy security. And obviously, gas being a bridge between dirty and clean, I think we'll have a compelling equity story for investors. One of the news I mentioned yesterday as well, that at Kazakhgas we're creating the Research and Development Center, Kazakhgas R&D, and we are working with Kazakh British Technical University, with Satpayev University to foster the commercialization of R&D, because there is a lot of Kazakh patents and new developments in the gas industry that haven't been commercialized. We would like to help our scientists, our students, and localize our machinery in Kazakhstan as well. So that's a new function of a Research and Development Center. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjar. Come back to you for more questions. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Orban to share his thoughts on the topic, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to underline that it's a big honor and privilege for me to be today with you and to speak in this very historical place, in this hall when the independence of Kazakhstan was proclaimed. May I ask to put the... Будьте добры, делайте презентацию.
If you could please put up the presentation on the screens.
I would like to speak, to take the discussion further.
Can we have
soon?
the, okay,
Here we are. Okay, thank you very much. We have heard right now from the chairman of Kazakh Gas, Mr. Zherkashov, the future of the gas as seen from the country, which is a major oil and gas producer. And I would like to share with you a little bit a story from the west of Eurasia, from European Union, and to tell you how the European Union see now the decarbonization and the role of the gas. First of all, I would like to put on the screen this disclaimer. As I used to work as a Secretary General of the International Energy Charter for 10 years, but now I'm back as a civil servant of Slovak Republic and working as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So therefore, I have to make a very clear disclaimer that whatever I say, I'm saying on my personal capacity and doesn't represent the official position of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovakia or of the Slovak government or European Union itself. When we are talking about, so I think that this is a wrong presentation. Colleagues, could you put the one on the decarbonization of the gas? I will say a few words about the energy transition. I'm an oil and gas engineer. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Disclaimer is the same. So, in the European Union, the natural gas is not seen anymore as a transiting fuel. It doesn't consider, the European Union regulation doesn't consider gas as a sustainable part of the sustainable energy mix. It makes a very different perspective of what we are discussing here in Kazakhstan and what is discussed in a different forums in Brussels or within the European Union, and the way how the European Union is pursuing its policies. The discussion within the European Union regarding the decarbonizing and the role of the gas goes further than the natural gas. So the discussion is going on how to replace actually the natural gas in the energy mix, and how to find a more less carbon intense gases to help to go the energy system, energy sector even greener than with the natural gas. As an example, I could tell you that through the ongoing process of the modernization of the Energy Charter Treaty, which we have started in 2017, European Union insisted and get an approval of the other contracting parties that in the future, investment into the gas within the European Union will be exempt of the protection under Energy Charter Treaty. It means that they will not provide, they don't want to have any further investment in the natural gas infrastructure or development within the European Union. We have seen since recently, in a couple of months, that the situation is deteriorating dramatically in Europe. So the way how to address the gap between the policies and expectations and the realities is really a catch-22, as it was mentioned here. But in the long term, it is seen that this is just a deviation, a short-term deviation. In the medium and long term, the policymakers in the European Union, they are convinced that the decarbonization should go further than natural gas. And there are basically two choices for this. One is biomethane, the same molecules simply coming from the different sources, the methane molecules coming not from the fossil fuels but from the biofuels. And then is the hydrogen. They bet highly on something what they call the green hydrogen, hydrogen created by using the electrolysis from water, which is very, very expensive and probably the most expensive, more energy inefficient way of making hydrogen. I use this slide. This slide was prepared just for the context by the European gas companies. So they created an association for the future of the gas. And this is the way, this is not a view of the official view of the European Union, none of the member states. This is a view of the industry. European gas industry itself are looking forward, are looking for the decarbonization of the gas. And you could see that this study is called Gas for Climate Study, and they foresee that most of the natural gas will be replaced relatively soon by the decarbonized gases of biogas and hydrogen. The strategy of European Union shows us on this first graph. You see it has been adopted before the current crisis in December 2021. You see that the expectation, the blue part of the graph is the gradual decrease of the natural gas consumption projection in European Union and its replacement by the low carbon gases. What does it mean? It means that one of the very important consumers of the natural gas has a plan, as is sending the signal to the producers, well, that we are not looking forward, we are not going to buy your gas as it is right now. And here we have in the catch 22, as it was mentioned earlier and today in the morning session as well. So how to handle this, how to square the circle? Because obviously on one hand, we have the current energy systems worldwide and within the European Union as well, that are based on fossil fuels. And it couldn't be replaced in any foreseeable future, I mean any years or months. So, but there is long-term planning here, and this affects very much the future investment decisions. As we know very well, what the gas and oil, what we are consuming right now, the investment has been made decades ago. So whatever, and we know that this is a gap of non-investment in the last 10 years, which was mentioned. So we have an underinvestment in a fossil fuel. Also, what is true that is not enough investment in the renewables. So we are getting into a very difficult situation. And this is very interesting because when I'm making this presentation in European areas, I'm almost seen as someone who is promoting the fossil fuels. Here, I'm seen as someone who is promoting and promoting the renewables. I'm just trying to figure out and to tell you what is the perception from the other side. I don't know how fast China will adopt the similar strategies, but we have seen in the past, and in the energy security, in the way how they built the pipelines, they are lagging behind Europe in this sense, something like 20 years. So the big pipelines have been built from the Central Asia a decade ago, have been copying the strategy what Europe was doing in 70s and 80s. Now the Chinese has built those pipelines from the same region 20 years later. So one may assume that because of the problems which are associated with the fossil fuels and with the climate change, the China may or not may follow the same logic as Europe is doing right now. What are the consequences for countries like Kazakhstan? Well, so we are going into the very difficult times everywhere. It's on the consumer sides, on the producer sides, and we are moving into the perfect storm. And this storm, this volatility will be here for years to come, for decades to come. It's not good or bad, this is a life. So we have to find the best way out of it, and a way which will be which will be mutually beneficial to the extent possible. The lower graph is showing the reality of winter 2023. This is certain important correction on the European side because some of the most ardent proponents of renewables, they have to recognize that they cannot do it without fossil fuels in the short term. They have to have the gas, they have to heat the house. But the trend is very clear. So maybe the current development will be, in a medium term, will speed up the process of decrease of the gas consumption against what has been proposed on the first part of the slide. So the decline of the consumption of the natural gas in Europe may be even sharper, on a sharper decline. Nobody knows what will happen in these terms. The problem is that Europe is betting, as it was mentioned earlier, on the technologies which do not exist yet, which are not commercialized yet. They believe that within the horizon of 5, 10, 15 years, the new technologies will come on the market and will allow for this decarbonized future. I'm not so sure. I believe personally that indeed, as the 19th century was century of coal, 20th century was century of oil, 21st century beginning is century of gas, but the 21st century as whole will be most probably the century of renewables. And this energy transition will go on. But we are still in a 2022. We are not in 2082 or 2092. By the time of 2092, everything will be clear how this energy transition went. But we don't have a crystal ball. We have to be ready for all possibilities and to use the opportunities. How to handle it? I think that the most safe bet for an energy and gas producing country would be go for something like a blue hydrogen. Try to figure out to invest in CCUS technologies and try to find a way how to decarbonize the gas. In a horizon of 10, 15 years, I think that there will be plenty of market for a decarbonized hydrogen, decarbonized gas, natural gas, hydrogen, provided the CO2 is captured somewhere, is not released to the atmosphere. And I believe personally that the blue hydrogen may be a solution, a common ground where the energy producing countries and energy consuming countries which do care about the climate emissions could find a common ground. How to get there? This is a real catch-22. I think what we have to develop more on energy transition diplomacy. We have seen so far a kind of traditional approach. There was energy diplomacy dealing with energy security. For energy consuming countries, it was security of supply. For energy producing countries, it was security of demand. Then we have seen a climate diplomacy, looking very much forward to the climate goals, so to reduce and to be very, very critical and to cut everything possible. And in many parts of the world, the two things are apart. In Europe, the climate and energy diplomacy, the climate and energy package is linked to one package. It's linked to one policy. So this is something which is quite unique in European Union. This is not replicated elsewhere in the world. But it is there, and the countries like Kazakhstan, which are selling the gas, not directly to the European Union, but to the global markets, they have to be aware of it. And I think that what has to be done, the technological development and renewable resources should be done in a way which will allow to use existing infrastructure. For example, having in mind the pipeline systems. If we could mix the hydrogen, a blue hydrogen, into the natural gas in a long term, and to provide the consumers with a mix of the methane and hydrogen, and to increase the part of the hydrogen in the future, in case that it will be more demand on hydrogen than on a methane. But for this to happen, we need to change the mindset. We need to change the mindset in many parts of the world. So we have to try to get out of our silos. We cannot only to defend our own narrow interest as a consumers or as a producers. It's not only about the dialogue, as it was mentioned earlier. The International Energy Forum is trying to set a dialogue between the different set of countries. I have been participating in those dialogues. They are really dialogues, but they are everybody's talking its own and they're not too much listening each to other. So we need to find a practical tools, kind of a practical diplomacy, how to help to bridge the gap on a practical level, how to get there. Otherwise, we are all running into big problems. I will stop here, and I'm ready for further discussions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosnak. Thank you for sharing your perspective, and also the perspective of the International Energy Charter on the energy mix and the strategy towards decarbonization. Now I would give the floor to Dr. Pierce to share his thoughts, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for inviting me. Natural gas is important for so many sectors of the economy and competes directly with other energies. But it's in the power generation sector where natural gas competes with coal, nuclear, hydro, wind and solar. That interfuel competition is most intense, but in an unsubsidised and level playing field, it is normally the cheapest. There are abundant supplies of natural gas in the world, and many of these supplies can be developed and produced at relatively low cost. The world needs more energy, and methane is a great transition fuel. Natural gas resources continue to grow, and the development of low-cost and abundant unconventional natural gas reserves has a material impact on the future availability, security and price. Although there are large supplies, global conventional natural gas, these are concentrated geographically with 70% in 3 countries, Qatar, Iran and Russia. And there is considerable potential for unconventional natural gas outside of North America, and unconventional supplies could provide a major opportunity for diversification and improved security of supply in some parts of the world. Natural gas plays a major role in most sectors of the modern economy: power generation, industrial, commercial and residential. It is relatively clean and flexible. And it's not just electricity. As just one example, in the winter, natural gas provides the UK and the Netherlands with over 80% of its heat and power. The role of natural gas in the world is likely to continue to expand under almost all circumstances, and as a result of its availability, its utility, and normally its comparatively low cost. In a carbon-constrained economy, the relative importance of natural gas is likely to increase even further, as it's one of the most cost-effective means by which to maintain energy supplies while reducing CO2 emissions. The displacement of coal-fired power by gas-fired power generation is the lowest cost way to reduce CO2 emissions by up to 50%. For more stringent CO2 emission reductions, further decarbonisation of the energy sector will be required, but natural gas provides a cost-effective bridge to such a low-carbon future. That said, we must also reduce methane emissions. Over 25 years ago, at COP1, I was saying we need to reduce methane emissions from venting, flaring and leakages, because at that time, just in Africa, we were emitting more than the EU used at that time in a year. So here we are today, and methane emissions have increased. And yet, yes, the greatest emitter is still agriculture, but we are next in line along with coal and biomass. And I really don't get it, because it's a valuable resource, so why are we wasting it? We talk about the reuse, circular economy and recycling and minimising waste, and this is the low-hanging fruit. Natural gas-fired power capacity will play an increasingly important role in providing backup to growing supplies of intermittent renewable energy in the absence of breakthroughs that provide affordable utility-scale battery or other storage. We also need to look at all these technologies and compare all these technologies based on full fuel cycle analysis, which will enable a fairer and better comparison of different energy supply options in commercial and residential applications. Natural gas use in the transportation sector can increase. Compressed natural gas will play a role, particularly for high mileage fleets, but the advantages of liquid fuels in transportation suggests that the chemical conversion of gas into some form of liquid fuel may be another pathway to market penetration. I'm a chemist, so I always like this bit, and we know from many years of Fischer-Tropsch, and we know what's happening in Qatar with Pearl, that we can convert methane into anything we like. Henry Ford's first cars were battery powered. Once he realised the limitations, he went to gasoline. And I think once we have woken up to environmental problems of extracting large quantities of copper, cobalt, nickel, lithium, etc., and the limitations of battery usage, perhaps we'll look more seriously at methanol and hydrogen again, with methane as the initial transition bridge, with of course utilising carbon capture and storage. International gas trade continues to grow in scope and scale, but its economic, energy security and political significance is now more recognised as an important focus for us all. Natural gas can make an important contribution to greenhouse gas reduction in coming decades, but investment in low emission technologies such as carbon capture and storage and renewables should be more actively pursued to ensure that a mitigation regime can be sustained in the longer term. And don't forget, there will still be coal and coal bed methane use here in Kazakhstan and also particularly in India and China. You have to realise in not many years, over a third of the world's population will be in India and China. And these two countries will need, well, they need food, they need water, and they need energy. And they also have lots of coal. So they will use it, they will have to use it, which is why clean coal technology and carbon capture and storage should be prioritised. In a carbon-constrained world, a level playing field, a CO2 emissions price for all fuels without subsidies or other preferential policy treatment maximises the value to society of a large natural gas resource. But we will need carbon capture and storage, and we must reduce venting, flaring and leakages. We really need to do it now. I was going to stop there, but after hearing a quote just before lunch from Spider-Man, I thought I would finish on a quote as well, which it's either Einstein or Homer Simpson, I'm not sure which, but it's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce. Such an interesting quote. We've been hearing from our three distinguished panelists, which showed really so much diversity in the responses, very interesting responses. And unfortunately, we only have 20 minutes left. I know this is going very fast. I will try to limit my questions to only 3 questions for our 3 panelists, and then I open the floor for questions from the audience. So I'll go back to Mr. Sanjar. You mentioned that you will be having plenty of gas for the coming 130 years. But would you please highlight the opportunities as well as the challenges that are associated with the natural gas in the coming 15 to 20 years? And also I saw in one of your slides you mentioned CCUS. So I'm keen to know how far Kazakhstan have gone to the deployment of CCUS.
So in terms of the resources, the problem of Kazakhstan is not the resources and reserves, as I said. The problem is processing capabilities. We don't have enough gas processing plants. That's why we're building at Kashagan the gas processing plant. Kazakhstan produces about 55 billion cubic meters of gas annually, and half of it gets re-injected. So if we had more plants, then we would have processed a bit more. I know that we still need to re-inject back because of the pressure depletion. So that's a normal process for reservoir management, but we still have some opportunity to have more trade gas. But in terms of the new opportunities, there are a lot of the gas fields that have been discovered, but they were put on hold because the gas industry is hasn't been economically viable. The internal gas prices in Kazakhstan are one of the lowest in the world, and none of the producers, the companies are not interested in producing more gas in Kazakhstan right now, unfortunately. So we're changing it. The reason we're getting to we're expecting a trade gas deficit by 2024, not enough for internal consumption, is because we've got a drastic increase of internal consumption, and our production is declining and declining because we're demotivating producers. So what we're trying to do is we're changing the legislation to introduce a new pricing formula. That means we, as a national company, we've got an exclusive right as a monopolist to to export gas. We want to share that value with the investors, with the private companies, and share that margin and give it to them. So it means we're going to be ready to purchase the gas from the other producers for a significantly higher price. Pretty much the export net back, basically the export price minus the transportation cost. That has never been done in the history of Kazakhstan. That's the first thing we're doing, and that will revolutionize the gas industry. Because for Kazakgas as a national company, we don't care where the gas is going to come from. Will it be in Kazakgas portfolio or the private company's portfolio? As long as it's inside Kazakhstan, as long as there is more gas to the market, we're happy. Okay, that's why we are doing this unprecedented change to the legislation. So that's why to address the question, what are the challenges to realize that untapped potential? The challenge is pricing. That's it. I mean, it boils down to pricing. The second one is obviously the gas processing, which we are addressing, building new gas processing plants. That's why we invite all the investors to invest in gas industry. Gas industry is about to go through a boom, like oil industry in Kazakhstan went through a big boom in 1990s when the mega projects like Tengiz, Kashagan, and Karachaganas were signed. So hopefully we'll have the same in gas. So whoever moves first will have the first mover's advantage now. So, I invite everybody to invest in gas.
And on the second part of the question?
CCUS, yep. Sorry. We haven't advanced on CCUS much. We've got to be completely frank with it. We are working on it. As a country, there's a lot of research going on and attempts. But I think CCUS as a technology or solution is not very mature in anywhere in the world as well. I know Europe is probably the leader in the world, but not as advanced as the world expects, I think. I think it's the combined effort from the world scientists is needed for the CCUS. And the main thing is the commercial viability, right? Whenever the carbon taxes and fines exceed the viability of the fossil fuel industries, everybody will start doing CCUS, right? So it's a matter of how harsh the policy will be implemented and how soon it will be implemented, I think.
Yeah, Dr. Beers, you want to share something, please?
Yeah, just also on carbon capture and storage. I think it's useful to separate carbon capture and storage from. Sorry, I think it's useful to separate the issues associated with carbon capture and storage with the issues with carbon dioxide utilization. Because carbon dioxide capture has been used for many, many years in lots of industries, and that's the easy part. It's the storage in volume, which is difficult. Now in Norway, it was financially viable because of a carbon tax, and so there's been over 25 million tons stored in aquifers under the North Sea from gas operations. On the utilization side, carbon dioxide to useful fuels, that's in a similar ball game to green hydrogen, that it's very expensive because when you're ignoring the laws of thermodynamics, it costs you money.
In terms of actually related to the re-injection of the gas right now for the pressure maintenance, we are exactly thinking about re-injecting the CO2 for some of those reservoirs, but extracting methane out of it and seeing how it can be utilized better, because at the moment natural gas is being wasted for the pressure maintenance. So we should reverse that trend. So
thank you, gentlemen. My next question.
This was exactly in the core of my advice. So if you're looking for the green hydrogen, use the CO2 for advanced recovery of the oil and to have the hydrogen. Of course, it's costly. Everything is costly. The problem of the current energy transition, that is unlike the previous energy transitions, which went from the less dense energy product to the more dense. So now we are going from the more dense energy product, which is oil and gas, to something which is loose. So we have to use energy to get it. So it is not a natural energy transition, it's a policy-driven energy transition. And it's driven because of the climate change, not because of the desire of anybody else, but because of the consequence of the CO2 being emitted and the methane being emitted to the atmosphere. So that's a big difference between then, old energy transition, and the current one or the future one which we are undergoing. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you for that. Question to you again, Mr. Roznak. I wanted to touch a bit on the other side of the equation, on the financing part. Mr. Sajnar mentioned that one of the challenges is the processing plants and having the projects for processing plants to accommodate all of the reserves that they have. So, what is your perspective on the financing part for the natural gas projects in the coming years, given that most of the financing entities they have some reluctancy of financing these projects, given that they care about their public image?
Well, I think that here we are looking into the hard core of the problem, because the public policies in the international financial institutions, the public lenders, they almost exclusively exclude any financing in the fossil fuels, including natural gas. So this is what you have mentioning, so the reluctance. So, but then we are looking for the private investors or the sovereign investors. So this also could be a solution of the national government to decide where to invest and how to invest. And then we are getting to the square one. Well, to make the investment decision now, if you see that there is a tendency to reject the fuel in the future, as it is right now, as in the form of the natural gas, the methane, predominantly methane, fossil fuel methane. So this is a big question mark. So I think that really the financing and of future gas projects would have to be built on a corporate and kind of venture financing and combined with the sovereign financing from the home countries, because the international lenders are not seen anytime soon to change their policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll open the floor now for any questions from the audience. Please, yes, please. If you want to direct the question to any of the distinguished panelists, please do so.
No, I'll keep it open.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Hilal Al-Ghafaili from Petroleum Development Oman. So indeed, the CCUS and the blue hydrogen could be a potential solution to decarbonize the industry that are using basically the natural gas in their processes. But I think the cost of the storage, finding the right place to store the gas, also transporting the gas required a massive investment, and this could impact the economics of the project, and we might have a negative NPV for the project. So my worry, we might see an increase on the project that will not get the final investment decision because of the decarbonization strategy, and also the CCUS, the blue hydrogen, is not matured yet, as mentioned by most of you. And also the cost will play a key role in saying that this project should get the final investment decision. So now how can we balance between the demand, between taking care basically of the climate change, and how can we put the all variables, including of course the technology readiness, the maturity of technology, the cost, and also the demand on all the same equation as mentioned by Musa. What's your view on that, please?
Yes, please. Thanks.
It's not an easy question to answer. We do need CCS, as was alluded to before. It means for the coal industry and the gas industry, it means you can keep your infrastructure in place, because you can use CCUS, and you might have to, because otherwise you won't be able to use fossil fuels. With hydrogen, it's a similar issue. Obviously, if it's your money and you're not worried about the environment, then the cheapest way to produce hydrogen is from methane. It's it's a no-brainer. But we're probably not going to be allowed to do that for much longer. So we have to go blue. Now, blue is cheaper than green, but we need to make sure we've got a use for the CO2 as well. Investment is a problem in. It seems to be at the moment with banks, anything that mentions oil or petroleum is a dirty word for investment. Even with ESG, people look at the E, and a lot of people just think it's to do with emissions. And so you have a possible of unintended consequences of other industries being put in place, which might not produce CO2, but might produce materials which are far more harmful than the ones that we produce. So it is a minefield, and it's a very difficult question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce. Another question? You wanna add something? Please. We have 5 minutes. So
yeah, just very close. I think that this is a crucial question, and I think that in this phase of the energy transition, we would need to get to some kind of understanding between the consumers, and they have to accept that, look, if we would like to, the consumers need fossil fuels. This is obvious, so they cannot get rid of it in any foreseeable future, let's say 20, 30 years. No way. So that if they would like to reduce the CO2 or the carbon impact, they would have to accept higher price. But then should be kind of a new pricing mechanism, and we all as a consumers, we would have to pay higher price. But then the problem is not only those who are importing the fossil fuel, but also internally in the countries. There is a big question, with the question of the social acceptability of this. Why people in the country which is producing the oil and gas would have to pay this extra fees, and this is not so easy as it may looks like from first look, because somebody would have to pay the differential, and this will be the end consumer, nobody else, and they will pay it only if they will feel that this is absolutely necessary to avoid a boiling up of the planet. Of that the climate disaster should be as pressing for the people, they will accept it. Well, we have to pay more because we'll get killed. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Another question, please.
Yes, thank you, speakers. Excellent discussion. My name is Maziar Zaria with the U.S. National Committee in IHS Market. As we've seen, the era of mega projects sort of come to a close, and this question is really more for Chairman Jarkishov of Kazakhgas. We have many discovered undeveloped fields in Kazakhstan. Where do you see this investment coming from, and initiative to create development plans for many of these smaller fields in Kazakhstan? Do you see a future in the short term where you guys can be a solution to the current gas crisis?
So first of all, we're ready to invest ourselves. So we've got up to 10 licenses that are, we targeted. We call them most prepared or most ready for development and production fields, because there has been a lot of exploration done during Soviet times, during the 30 years of independence of Kazakhstan, but these gas fields haven't been developed, as I said, because of the pricing. So we're targeting the cream of the crop. So we should get the results very soon once we start the development. There's a lot of interest from all kinds of companies. Obviously, there's most of the IOCs are in Kazakhstan, and hearing that we are reforming the industry, they are interested in investing. So they're thinking about, and global strategy of most of the oil companies are changing from oil towards more to gas. So that's why we have very high hopes to work with the existing IOCs in Kazakhstan, so they can start investing on new gas or gas condensate fields. So a lot of interest already. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So unfortunately, we are getting towards the close of the session. It went by so fast. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their remarks and insights that they have shared with us. We'll start with Mr. Sanjar Jarkishov, Chairman of Kazakhgas, and His Excellency Mr. Urban Roznak, former Secretary General of International Energy Charter, and Dr. Piers Riemer, General Director from the World Petroleum Council. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you all. I hope you had a very fruitful and interesting discussion. And we'll see you around. Thank you.